Right. So, as I like to say with these things, as long as everything is working the way that it should be working, we are live. And hello and welcome to everyone watching the Written Melanin channel. Wherever this day may have found you, I'm so glad that you are here. So, today's Thursday, and we're here to get some productivity done, get some sprinting in, all that good stuff. And if you guys haven't seen, I did drop a poll to see how long we were going to sprint today. Looks like 30 minutes is currently the winner, so we're going to go with that unless something changes. I am going to give this just a little bit of time before we jump into our first sprint. So for sure, if you're watching this, let me know what you're working on, what you're doing today, all of that good stuff. As for me, you guys know that I'm working on We Are Dying God. So the goal for today is to finish that up, hopefully. Well, not finish this scene up. Good Lord, I'm getting so ahead of myself. But yeah, let's see here. Ash is here. Benjamin's here. Essie is here. Hello. Welcome, y'all. Hope we are able to be productive today. But yeah, I am currently working on... if you were here yesterday, then y'all know I was here with Amanda, and I was working on I finished up chapter 14 and working on chapter 15 today. So I started chapter 15 yesterday, but my goal is to get further in it. So y'all know me, the first sprint, I'm probably just going to be like getting things set up and rereading what I wrote yesterday to kind of pick up and go from there. But yeah, also, let's see here. Samantha is here. Hello, welcome, good morning. And as you said, continuing to work on drafting Project Medieval. Fun, love it. Cool. Let's see here. Samantha said, going to do some social media stuff before diving into writing. I need to do some social media stuff. Y'all, I have been slacking so badly, so badly on my social media. Like, I've still been active on Twitter, and I've been, like, reposting stuff on Instagram, like, as necessary. But, like, I, for sure, have not been doing TikToks, which is crazy because I love doing TikTok. But also, I just have not had the bandwidth to do it. So my goal for today is honestly to just do a TikTok, to post a TikTok. We'll see how that works out. But I also need to record some content for my updates and stuff because I haven't done that either. I don't know. I feel like I always get into like this mindset towards the end of like writing a book. Like when I get towards my deadline, I'm always like, yeah, everything else stops. I have to focus on writing. I have to focus on finishing. And I'm just kind of like, that's just kind of where I'm at right now. Like I'm not thinking about the Melanin Library. I am not thinking about TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, any of that. I'm literally like, okay, how long can I get myself to focus, to sit in this chair and to do the work, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at right now. But honestly, I'm not even mad at it. I'm like, because I don't know, I'm really enjoying this book. I'm enjoying, We Are Dying Gods. Also, La Purvis is here. Welcome. I feel like I know I follow you on Twitter, but you also have a moderator. So that makes me think, was your username Afrofae before? Or am I making that up? Let me know. Let me know. But yeah, I don't know. Writing We Are Dying Gods is so different, y'all, because like when I wrote We Are the Origin, I had to write it so many times, and it's just like I had not complete drafts, but like long drafts, right? Where I had like 40,000, 50,000, 60,000 words, and then I would just like get rid of it and start over. And ultimately became the final version of We Are the Origin that's out in the world. But I feel like obviously with We Are Dying Gods, I don't have that kind of time. Like I don't have years to just like sit and like write and delete and write and delete. And so that in and of itself is different, but also I don't know. I feel like I have so much more direction with We Are Dying Gods than I originally had for We Are the Origin, which is also kind of completely wild to me. Like, I don't know. It's interesting to kind of feel your process changing, especially when you're in the process. And it's just kind of like, I don't want to delete what I've written so far. Like, I honestly think the 64,761 words that I have so far are really good. And I want to keep with it. So it's just kind of like, cool. That's where we're at. That's what we're doing. So yeah, yeah. Okay, so you are Afrofae. Cool, 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 cool. Um, let's see here. I'm doing some dump writing today to get some ideas out. Awesome. Well, I hope we are all as productive as we want to be. The first sprint is going to start. It's Eastern Standard Time for me, so 11:10. But yeah, that's when we're doing the first sprint, or starting the first sprint rather, and then we will go from there. It looks like 30 minutes is starting to win out, so that looks like what we're going to be going with. But we'll see. We'll see. Cast your vote before it is too late. Um, and I am going to try to get my word count on screen. It needs to be about like right there. So yeah, that works. So yeah, my goal for today is 3,232 words. So hopefully I can get that without being on stream for like 6 hours, but we'll see. We'll see. The goal, like as always, like I'm going to keep streaming until I hit the word count goal because this is my accountability. But you know, we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't take all day. Hopefully it doesn't take all day. But yeah, yeah. And also, let me know how you guys feel about streaming multiple days, because I right now I'm not planning to stream tomorrow, but honestly I might this accountability is real, you guys. It's real. So yeah. Let's see here. Too many peeps were recognizing Afrofae. Had to fix it. I need to work on a blog. I'm dead. I'm dead. I can't. She said too many people know me. I had to switch it up on them. Oh, I love it. Okay. Um, let's see here. I need to work on a blog post today. So bad. I've procrastinated on it for too long. Yeah, procrastination, man. It sneaks up on you in the worst ways. But you got this. You got this. So yeah. Um, looks like we're going for 30 minutes. So, we will do that. I don't know. Can we put multiple polls in it? I don't know. Yeah. I like it as someone who likes it for the accountability and co-working feel. Yeah, and I think that's what it is, just knowing that people are working with me at the same time. But I don't know. I'll see. I'll see. But yeah, it is 10 minutes after, so we are going to go ahead and jump into this first sprint. So, um you guys have been here before, so y'all know how this works. I'm going to go ahead and set up the timer and play the chill hop in the background. Y'all know that this timer does not make a sound, so when you hear me come back on, time's up. Share what you did with the class. But yeah, that is it, you guys. Let's get into this first sprint, and happy sprinting. right, you guys, that is it for that first sprint. So let me know how you did, what you did, all of that good stuff. Also, shout out to Snowly Games who came in. Hello, welcome. Glad you could join us. I know I've seen you on Ash's channel. Isn't this aren't you her husband? Am I making that up? I don't know. But hello, welcome. But yeah, let me know how you guys are doing. I got 261 words that time, and I am making my way through this scene. I really feel like I'm at the point of the book where it's just like, oh, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun, and it's just one of those things where it's just like, I know that I don't even know what I can tell y'all without spoiling it. It's just this scene is fun. This scene is so fun. And I know that I'm gonna have to go back and like make sure that all the details that I'm adding about this character like track with book one, but like woo buddy. My goal for today is I want to finish this scene. So I think I told y'all this. I know I've mentioned it multiple times, but if you're new, I always let Ben read my stuff ahead of time. So my goal is to like finish out this scene so he has 2 chapters to read, and then I need to send the chapters that I'm up to my critique partner. I think the last chapter I sent her was like chapter 6, and I'm on like chapter 15 now. So I need to keep that updated. But yeah. So let's see here. Okay, I didn't make it up. You are married to Ash. Okay, cool. Let's see here. Ash said got 214 down. Whoop whoop. That's how we get them words in. Let's see here. The purpose said got most of the blog posts done. Love it. I'm glad that you are being productive. Let's see here. Patty is here. Hello, welcome. So glad to be here on this sprint. I managed to edit 685 words. Awesome. And got over 1,136 words. So you killed it. You crushed it. Good job. Let's see here. So I said, I'm just going to watch y'all get work done in solidarity. Appreciate it. Also, shout out to Celeste, you guys. She is my cover artist. She did this cover, We Are the Origin. She also did the limited edition cover, and she also did the cover for We Are Dying Gods, which I'm going to be doing a cover reveal soon. So if you have not checked her out, you absolutely should. I love her art. I love everything that she does for me, and she's an amazing person. And she also has her own series. The why am I blanking? Like I haven't read it. Oh God, I feel like a bad friend. What the? Dragon Bones. Jesus, the Dragon Bones trilogy. So yeah. So go check that out if you guys like fantasy. She's dope. She's awesome. So yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, I don't know where my brain is at, y'all. I'm still halfway into this scene, and I'm just kind of like, okay, what's going to come next? What information are we getting out of here? And oh, also, if I didn't say it, this is your reminder to take care of yourself. So get up, stretch, breathe, drink some water, get your snacks, do whatever it is that you need to do to take care of yourself, because we want to be productive, but we don't want to hurt ourselves by just sitting in these chairs all day. So let's go. Let's see here. Samantha said, got a week of Twitter posts scheduled. Now, if they give that feature to the mobile app, it would be almost perfect. Yo, I love that for you. Like, I think I mentioned this at the beginning, but like the way social media is not set up for me in my head right now, the way I cannot, just, it's not in me. It's not in me right now. I can only do one thing well at a time, right? So, yeah. Love that you got it done, that you got it scheduled. Cameo is here. Welcome, friend. Finally added your stream to my calendar so I can catch these lives. Not me being added to the calendar. I love it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Dragons, my favorite. Absolutely. There are a lot of dragons in Celeste's work, so for sure check it out. Celeste, if you're still here, I'm going to give you the little tool wrench so you can drop a link to your book, but it's also on the Melanin Library. So it's the Dragon Bones trilogy. If you go to the Melanin Library and search it up, her books will come up. So yeah. Let's see here. So I'll go. You've got so much going on at all times. Yo, let me tell y'all about Celeste, right? Because I feel like I be busy sometimes, but I swear Celeste has a body double, like in real life, because she does the most, and I'm just like, how, Slay? How are you out here writing books and out here editing for people and out here creating cover art and out here baking bread from scratch and out here making your own candy and teaching yourself how to code and learning multiple languages and I'm just like, yo, I need to be like you. I really do. But also, I'm like, you know what? You a youngin. You got time. I ain't got the energy. It's not happening. It's not happening. But I respect it. I respect the hustle. I do. I do. So, yeah. So when I'm sprinting, I like to get up and walk around on breaks, get the blood moving, and keep up on taking care of your back hips. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And Benjamin said, don't forget to like the stream. So, I mean, like, if you want to, for sure. I don't see why you wouldn't if you're here, but, you know, to each their own. But, yeah. So, I hope y'all are being productive. Like, I hope this is helping. This is helping me out a lot. Not gonna lie. Because, honestly, if I wasn't doing the stream, I would probably be taking a nap right now. Because the way it's, like, cloudy outside and, like, this is perfect napping weather. It really is. It really is. But that being said, we're not going to think about that. We're not going to think about that. We're going to stay focused. I was going to ask you guys, how did you guys feel about the 30 minutes? I feel like 30 minutes is good. I feel like I got more done with 30 minutes than I normally do. With 25, I don't know if that's just a me thing though. But yeah, let me know how y'all are doing. Let's see here. Celeste dropped the link to her book, so be sure to click on that, check it out. Also, her third book in the trilogy is coming up soon, so if you want to get into a completed trilogy, you're not going to be disappointed. So get into it. Let's see here. Yeah, Celeste has a secret twin. They work together to live one life. I mean, it has to be. Has to be. I don't know how she does it. Yeah, some people are impressive. They're like literally, I'm very fortunate to be able to meet a whole bunch of different authors because of like the podcast and stuff. And when I did interviews and just like being in the community, like on the internet as a whole, I get to meet a lot of different authors who do a bunch of different stuff. And honestly, I love meeting people who are just like, yeah, and they're just very casual about how much they do. And it's just like, houseway, where's the time? And then like, it's not even like they're just like, oh, they're out here single and hustling. Like no, they have like families, they have people, and they got like whole jobs. And I'm just like, you know what? That is like part of my motivation to like keep going, because I'm like, if they can be out here raising children and having whole families and also out here writing books and marketing and doing everything else, then like what excuse do I have? Because honestly, I have like the most supportive husband in the world. So I'm like, if I can be on this stream for like 3-4 hours a day doing nothing but like writing and focusing on what I'm doing, there is no reason why I cannot be successful, because other people out here crushing it with like stress and bills. And I'm just like, yep. She's definitely got to give her best. She has to. But that sounds like the premise of a dope anime. Look, let's not, if we get talking about anime, y'all know how that rabbit's go. Speaking of anime, have y'all seen Summertime Rendering? Because I feel like every time I watch it, like my brain is absolutely like mind boggled, and I'm just kind of like, what am I watching? Like, it's so good, but it's also like, what am I watching? But also like, yo, what? It's so amazing. And I'm one of those people where like, okay, if you've read my book, I understand that this is going to sound hypocritical, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I'm not really a big fan of whole like time manipulation and stuff when it comes to like anime, because like I've seen like a lot of times I feel like it's done like Ray Zero, where it gets to a point where it's just like, okay, yeah, we get it. Okay, we went back in time. Okay, it's the same thing over and over and over again. It can get really repetitive really fast. But Summertime Rendering, y'all, it's just like the take that it has on it. It's just like, it's ridiculous. It's just like, I don't want to ruin it. Just know that I went into it with the title like summertime rendering, I thought it was going to be like a cute little lighthearted anime. It is not. It is not. It is not for the weak minded. Okay, I read it before it was anime. Is it a light novel or is it a manga? Because if it's a manga, I feel compelled to like go look it up. Okay. I'm the type of person where it's just like I enjoy anime a lot and I enjoy manga a lot. But I realize I don't really at this point in my life I'm not really into light novels only because the translation makes it hard for me because like when I'm writing, like actively writing like I am now, I tend to internalize a lot of the styles of writing, and sometimes light novels, at least the ones that I picked up and tried, sometimes can feel like the flow of it can feel different because of the translation, and it's not necessarily something that I want to incorporate into my own writing, so I try to stick to like manga and to like anime adaptations, right? So if it's a manga, I will go look it up. But if it's a light novel, I'm gonna have to wait because Ben's really into light novels. He has all of the Mushiko Tensei light novels, and I'm just kind of like, uh, what is the full title? What is the English title for Mushiko Tensei? I don't know. It's an isekai, but yeah. And I'm curious because I want to know what happens, but also I'm like, I think I'm just gonna have to wait for the anime. I think I'm just gonna have to wait for the anime because it's just like, I don't know. I feel like, and y'all know this is how I feel, but I feel like with anime, just because it's a different medium and it comes from a different culture, there's just like this completely different vibe of storytelling that I just really vibe with. Like I enjoy it so much, and I just love the variety of it because I know a lot of people like get into like real TV with real people and stuff, and I'm just kind of like that's cool, but I don't know. I don't know if it's just a phase or the way I live my life, but I'm just like I don't know. I feel like anime storytelling has a level of depth to it that I just never see in American television, and it just kind of like I don't know. I feel like American television has this air to it where they treat the watcher like they're dumb. And I don't like that. I don't like that everything is like spelled out for you. And I feel like with anime, there's so much room for like guessing and what's going on. And there's like, I don't know, there's more subtext. I don't know. Maybe I'm making that up, but that's how I feel. That's why I tend to watch more anime and read more manga than I watch like live television. But that's just me. I could go on a rant. So I'm not, but that was our 10 minutes. So I'm gonna give us another 2 minutes so that we can start, or 1 minute to start at 55 minutes after. I think we're gonna stick with 30 minutes unless you guys want to do something different. But like I said, I like 30 minutes. I feel like it's a nice sweet spot, just enough to get stuff done, but not so much. I feel like 45 minutes is like that's like right when I'm like, okay, yeah. I'm ready to like just basically be working the whole time and like keep it moving. But yeah. Let's see here. Also, I did say welcome. Welcome, Star. I'm glad that you're here and working with us. But yeah. Jobless reincarnation. There we go. Mushiko Tensei, jobless reincarnation. Those are the same. But yeah. That's another one I read the manga to, but not watched the anime yet. You should definitely check out Jobless Reincarnation. It's really good. The anime itself is really good. I don't read a lot of light novels, just all of the few select series. You read a lot. Don't lie. Don't lie. I like the light novels because they cut a lot out in the manga, and especially yes. Also, slight plug for Annie News on YouTube because they always have like the best breakdowns and stuff of stuff that's left out of the light novels. They covered Mushiko Tensei Jobless Reincarnation, but they also they're covering like Danmachi right now, and they also covered Overlord, and it's just like the cut content it really adds so much. It really adds so much. Love it. Also, Read Love Listen is here. Hello, welcome, friend. Glad you were able to join us. Anime Stop's here. I love that y'all love anime. I really do. I really do. I also think anime tends to value hard work and pushing through tribulation as opposed to American TV that tends to glorify happenstances, luck, prizes. You know what? We're going to table that for the next break because we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that because I have strong opinions about that. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna come back to that. But it is time for us to hop into our next sprint, so you guys know how this works. We are going to put 30 minutes on the clock. I'm going to play the chill hop, and y'all know that doesn't play a sound, so when you hear me start talking to you again, time to put your pencils down. But yeah, that's it. Good luck. I hope you guys are productive, and I will talk to you guys in 30 minutes. Happy sprinting.
What are you doing, man? Are we gonna kick a beat or what?
We're gonna kick the beat. We're gonna kick the
Yo,
ill
we'll
beat.
drop.
Is everybody in the groove? Well, stick around. We're just warming up, bitch.
right, you guys, that is it. That is time. So come on back. Let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. Me personally, I was in the zone. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm making my way downtown, as they say. But yeah. Let's see here. So before we get into this, a quick reminder to stretch, break, breathe, drink some water, get some snacks, do whatever it is that you need to do to take care of yourself. And yeah, let me know how you did in the chat below, but I think this is one of my most productive sprints that I have done on stream. So let me do some math. That's not what I meant to do. 275 minus 61. Oh, dope. So, I got 1,014 words in. So, whoop whoop, making progress. I don't think I've ever gotten that many words in a sprint before, and I did get a little extra in because, like I said, I was in the zone, y'all. I was like, I need to finish this thought before I stop. So, yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. I think it's interesting writing because you get to these points where it's just like, I really think that this is going to be one of the more pinnacle scenes in the book for some of the characters, and I don't know if it'll be as important as I think it'll be, but I feel like it'll be important. So I'm having fun with it, and I say this all the time, but I really love writing Brandy, especially in this book. She has so much growth and so much she has so much emotional growth in this book, and it's really nice because it's very reminiscent of that moment I feel like that a lot of people have when it's just like you're a teenager and like your emotions and your thoughts and your feelings are just like all over the place, and then like as you get older, you're just like, oh, wait a second. Like this is what's leading to this. This is why I feel this way. This is what this means. This is how I navigate this. And I feel like Brandy is entering that era of having to navigate things, because even though she's 21 or whatever, it's also like, because of the circumstances of which she's had to live, serving the queendom and, being an assassin, there are certain aspects of her character that are just like, she's had to be a certain type of person for a long time, and now she's just like realizing that she can be more than what she's always been. And I love that for her. I love this development. I love this growth, and it's been fun. It's been fun. So yeah, let's see here. La Pervis said, I finished my blog post, wrote half a page, and got lunch. Awesome. Love that for you. Made it through all the social media stuff. Going to use the break to get ready to write for a while. Awesome. Love it. Let's see here. Arthur K. McCoy came in. Hello. Welcome. Glad you could be here and write in with us. Let's see here. Grabbed lunch and added a few paragraphs to my novella. Love it. Love it. Benjamin said, awesome. Cameo has celebration emojis. Awesome. Had to get lunch and refill water. I need to do that as well. So Benjamin, if you're watching this and could bring me some water, I would actually really appreciate that. Let's see here. That's how I've been feeling writing this last book in the Dragonbone series. Like 3 books later, Joshie really grows a lot. Yeah, it's so fun writing character growth. Like I ain't gonna lie, I don't know why more authors don't do it. Like having your characters really like grow on page and not just have things happen to them, but like having them process situations and things differently than how they did before, where it's just like, okay, this is what happened last time, let me not repeat the same thing over again. And I don't know, I just feel like that's how people work. Like you don't continuously make the same mistakes over and over again. And I think that's why, like, as a reader, a lot of stories have just started to feel kind of like numb and kind of mid to me, because I'm just kind of like, at no point does this character learn from their mistakes. And there's a difference between, a character trying to do better and being unable to, versus them being like, oh, I'm gonna do the same thing, it's just gonna be different this time. Like, or, oh, they're like this because personality. And I'm like, stupidity is not a personality trait. It's not. It's a learned behavior, you know? So I don't know. I prefer growth. Let's see here. Had to shower and procrastinate about the new idea that pops into my head. You know, it happens. It happens. It's like you're in the middle of working on something and then you get a new idea. That's why I am like so motivated to an extent to finish Brandy's book, because I know that my next project, I'm going to be working on it in between time, because generally speaking, like I generally start working on Brandy's story in November during NaNoWriMo, and then I usually go till about this time the following year. So from like November to March ish is generally when I give myself to work on Brandy's books. That's when I wrote We Are the Origin. Obviously, it's now when I'm writing We Are Dying Gods, and it's going to be when I write the third book. But in the meantime, in between time, I really want to work on my next book, which is going to be about a necromancer, and I'm really excited about it. I have a lot of little pieces and stuff that I kind of really want to like put together, and I've like done a little character sheet and inspiration for two of the main characters, which I don't normally do, but it was fun. It was fun. And I'm really looking forward to writing it. So like after I finish Brandy's book, which is going to be the 21st, March 21st, my goal is to switch over to writing my next book. The main character, her name is Nessa. So writing her book from April until about September, October, something like that. And then that way, while I'm writing Brandy's book, I can have another book in the wings waiting, essentially. That way I'm not like also having like these really long breaks in between writing, because I also feel like that's really not good for my process. So that is the goal. But yeah, I'm really excited about it. I'm so excited about it. But the thing is, I feel like all of my stories are fun, and maybe I'm biased, but I don't know. I like writing characters who have the I'm not the one energy. But yeah. Let's see here. Celeste said American media. Yep, do the same thing you've always done, and it'll just work out because, you know, they're the main character syndrome. Okay. Oh, thank you, babe. You're the best. I got my water. So, okay. Necromancers. I want to do something with the necros one day. I have a necromancer in my work in progress, and I'm still plotting things now. I don't make character sheets. I make aesthetics from pics on Pinterest, and that hypes me up. So yeah. Okay, so a couple of ideas. First thing, let's talk about American media, y'all, because I feel like I am not the only one who feels this way, because it's just like I feel like I want better from television. Like I really and honestly do, and that's why I don't watch it as often as I do. Also, Margaret is here. Hello, welcome. Thank you for dropping in to smash the like button. I appreciate it. I hope you are doing well, and you are having a late morning. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with it. It's a beautiful thing when you can start late. But yeah, American media. I don't know, y'all. I feel like the way storytelling is in American television, because I've watched some stuff that's just really good, but I've watched a lot of stuff where it's just like, I don't know. I feel like American television is really situated towards like the villain of the week or the problem of the week, and not necessarily a greater story at large. And I think that's why I've navigated so far away from it, because with anime, it's like you really need to watch the whole thing. Like there are definitely some of those, you know, problem of the week type stuff. But with anime, it's just kind of like you're not going to just jump in on like the 6th episode and then just watch it all out of order. That's not how it works, because it's a whole story. Just like you're not going to pick up a random book and just flip to page 120 and just start reading from there. Like, no, you need the whole context of the story. And I feel like with anime and manga, it's a whole story, whereas with like American television, I feel like it's not. I feel like it's just like, oh, we have these characters and we have these tropes, and we're just gonna put them all into like this 1 hour long episode, and then like that's it. or if they do have like longer stories, it's so over dramatic and stereotypical that it's just like not interesting. And I'm not gonna sit here and say that anime is not stereotypical. I'm not Japanese. I don't know if it's stereotypical or not, or like how that works, or what in their culture is like over exaggerated, right? I'm not gonna pretend to be like an expert on it. I just know that when I watch regular TV, I'm just kind of like, y'all are really showing this story in a way where it's just like you clearly do not expect the watcher to be able to get subtext. And it feels so forced a lot of times because of how the characters are written. Like there is no originality, you know? There is no, oh, this character, it's like this character has to be everything at one time. Like if you have a person of color, right, they are also the best friend, and they are also the LGBTQ representation, and they are also the, you know, inserts other representation necessary. And that gets to me to be super exhausting, I guess. But then also the stories themselves, I'm just kind of like, why can I not watch something just that's simple and cute and wholesome and funny and like leave it at that? Why does it have to be commentary on something much bigger, especially if it does have black people in it? You know, because like Abbott Elementary, I feel like is one of those shows that objectively is really good, but also it's like the whole premise of the show is that you have black teachers teaching at a black school that's underfunded, and it's just kind of like, that's a reality that it's just like, that's not wholesome for me. And you know, like I don't know, why does it always have to be, I don't know, it always has to be something. It feels like it always has to be something. And yeah, Margaret said anime versus US soap operas where you can jump in anywhere, it's the same story. Exactly. You don't have to pay attention, I feel like, when it comes to TV. You don't. That's why so many people do other things while they watch TV. They're on their phone, they're on the computer, they have it playing in the background. They're not watching TV. TV is noise. TV is not something that you sit down and you're like, oh, I really, really want to watch this, you know? And I feel like that's very telling because I literally don't know too many people who are just like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to play this anime in the background while I'm on my phone. Like, first of all, you have to read anime. First of all, okay, to be clear, I am team sub. I like subs. When I'm really fancy, I like subs with my dubs, but I like subtitles. They make me happy. And also the stuff that I tend to watch usually has like text messages and stuff in it. And the subtitle version is usually the only version that has like text translated as well. I don't know why they don't translate the text in the dubs, but whatever. But for the most part, unless you've already seen an anime, for the most part, you're not just letting it run in the background, you know? And I say that knowing that there's absolutely some trash anime, but I feel like the difference is when anime is trash, you're like, I'm watching it because it's trash, you know? And I feel like it's a whole other conversation that I guess we don't have time to get into right now, but yeah. Let's see here. Celeste said American Stories try so hard and say nothing. That part, like, why am I watching it? What am I getting from this? Where's the growth? Where's the entertainment? Where's the fun? Where's the storytelling? I feel like American television is lacking storytelling. Like, bruh, what? Everything feels like reality TV, and reality TV isn't even reality TV. And I'm just kind of like, I'm not into it. But yeah, kind of like sitcoms that try to be serious, right? All the tokens in one, bleh, feel that. A lot of US TV stories are written around ad time and payola, and it shows. Can we talk about ads? Can we? Because like, y'all, what? Why are there so many ads? I tried to watch a movie with my parents over one of the holidays. I think it was Christmas, and we were watching Home Alone. And this is like, why does this movie take like 3.5 hours on TV? Because it's like after every single scene, there is a 5-minute ad break. And I'm like, the scene itself is only like 4 minutes long. Why do we have more ad time than we have movie time? What? This is ridiculous. And no one's going to go to Red Lobster. I don't care how many times you show me. Those cheddar biscuits are not good enough for me to pay the price for subpar fish. It's not happening. Oh, that was a trigger. I should let that go. I need to let that go. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Stories about being black, hate it. A lot of American TV feels like it insults your intelligence or has another agenda that's not actually well integrated into the story. That's a whole other rant. A whole other rant. So yeah, so true. A lot of American shows have happenstance and plot holes or stories. Plot holes. I hate the plot holes. I hate them so much, especially when they switch out actors. Like that's not okay. I'm letting it go. I'm letting it go. I don't like TV, y'all. I really, honestly, do not watch it unless I watch the show like when I was a child, a literal child with my parents. I am not watching it in current times. And also, a lot of them don't have enough content to be interesting, to be real. A lot of them get canceled or they get to a point where it's so redundant it's not even the like what's the point of even watching it anymore. There are three shows that I watch and I can rewatch anytime, and that's Bones, because I like that Temperance Brennan has no filter. She knows that she's amazing and she's just like, yeah, I know if she doesn't get people, and that is freaking hilarious to me because I also feel like sometimes I don't get people. I also like White Collar. Why? Because I like people who do crimes and get away with it. Okay, read my books, right? It's a vibe. I like it, okay? And I like people who can explain how it worked. And it's just like, how did I miss that? And you're just like, oh, this is how it was done, right? And then I like Leverage because again, I like people who commit crimes and get away with them, okay? And especially when it's for the greater good, right? It's a vibe. I like it. It's interesting. And Leverage is all about helping people who deserve to be helped because they're getting back at the man, right? And also Hardison, Age of the Geek, baby. Age of the Geek. I can watch those three shows anytime. But anything else, I'm not into it. You know what those stories have? Reasons, okay? They have storylines. It's an actual story. You need to watch from the beginning to the end because they have a whole story from episode 1 to the final episode. It makes freaking sense. But I digress. I'm losing it. I'm losing the plot. Star said I have to go. Have a great day. I hope you have an amazing day. So yeah, let's see here. It's okay to be trash as long as you don't believe you're something different. Yes, speak on it. Everything feels like reality TV, and reality TV isn't even reality TV. My hubby and I were watching Alert and FBI, and the dumb stuff that happens on this is yeah. They got those biscuits. Honestly, they do. Biscuit mix at the store. A lot of these new shows have diversity checkpoints. The characters be diverse but have no character development. None. The diversity is their personality. Yeah, Bones. See, I knew we were on the same page, Samantha. Bones and Leverage are so good. White Collar as well. But yeah. Age of the Geek, baby. Age of the Geek. See, y'all are my peoples. And I love it. I love it so much. But yeah, okay. Anyway, I'm ranting. It's 12:45, so let's go ahead and get back into this next sprint. 30 minutes on the clock. I'm playing the chill hop. When I come back and y'all hear me talking, then we check in with each other. But yeah, make sure to take care of yourself. I hope that you guys are productive, and I will talk to you in 30 minutes. So happy sprinting. right, you guys. That is it for the sprint. We are making it slowly but surely. So hopefully you guys were productive. Let me know what you did, how you did, what you got accomplished, all of that good stuff. I'm currently up to 1,002 words of 3,232. So I have like roughly what, like 1,100 words left, something like that. I can't really math like that, but yeah. Let me do some actual calculations to figure out how many I got that time. So I got 827 words that time, and looks like I have 2 minus 2. Yeah, I've got like 1,130 words left. So, that will probably be roughly 2 more sprints, most likely. Like if I go really hard, I might be able to get 1,000 words in one sprint, but more likely than not, that's going to be about 2 more sprints for me. So, yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. Making progress. Let's see here. The person said I accomplished more writing, but I don't know how much I did. It's a number. That's fair. That's fair. I feel like as sprints go on, it gets harder sometimes to like keep track of like how much you're writing. I have my little like daily planner thing over here where I keep track of like my sprints and how much I'm writing in each one. That way, I don't know, it's just like kind of motivating for me to go back and see like, oh, on this day, this is how many sprints I did and this is how many words I got. So it's not just like, oh yeah, I remember writing on this day, but I don't know how much I wrote. But I get it. Let's see here. Author K. McCoy said, finally making headway on the scene that I skipped earlier. For some reason, what I was writing kept coming across as boring. Like, I feel that. And I am a big proponent in like saying that like if you as the author don't want to reread your writing, then other people probably aren't going to want to read it either. So if it's boring to you, then definitely I'm glad that you are rewriting it, tackling it in a new way. Let's see here. Ben said you're doing great today, letting those words flow. Yeah, I'm trying to get it done. Like I said, my goal for today is to finish out this scene and then edit a previous one and get it out. So far in this whole scene, there are 2,890 words, and I generally have somewhere between like 4,000 and 5,000 words in a scene. So this one may be a little bit on the shorter side just because I feel like it's going to be dense, but also considering where I'm at, I also feel like this scene in and of itself is just going to be much longer than some of the other ones, just because like what's happening in it and what needs to be done, and there's establishment of some characters, and I'm having a moment, y'all, and Ben's gonna hate me. But I think I have another plot twist, like a real plot twist coming, and I don't know if I'm ready for it. Like I have to sit on it and process it, but I feel like the story is taking on a whole new life with this one conversation, and I feel like this conversation is definitely going to be something that is going to be unexpected, right? But I also feel like where it's leading to is going to be more unexpected, and I feel like just be ready for We Are Dying Gods. I feel like there is going to be so much so much in it. Like if you enjoyed the first book, I really think you're going to enjoy the second one because there's a lot in it, and it's like, yeah. Yeah. I'm excited though. Yeah. Anyway, Read Love Listen said, I have 558 words total, but I had about 268 words already written. I spent the time mostly rereading it because I didn't know what was going on. That's real. Like, honestly, y'all, like, I feel like rereading is such an underestimated skill needed for drafting that I feel like more people should talk about, because like I know that the goal is to like just get it out there, but also there it makes life so much easier when your story is cohesive and you know what's going on. And it's also one of those things where it's just nice to like refresh yourself where you left off. So that's why whenever I do sprints, I'm always like, the first sprint is just me rereading what I wrote before, because I need to know what's happening. I need to know where this is going. And a lot of times for me, like, I don't know how common this writing advice is, but I know I got it from somewhere. And I try to tell people whenever I think about it, but it's just like, you really should, like, when you get to a stop, like when you're ready to stop writing, you should really stop in the middle of a scene instead of at the end of one. That way, when you come back, you're not facing a blank page. You already know that, like, oh, I need to finish out the scene. This is where this was going. And then you can, like, catch your momentum from there and then go. So stopping in the middle of a scene and then rereading it when you come back, I think is pretty smart, because also you only have like 500 words to reread instead of like, 4,000 words of an entire chapter to figure out what happened last time and where you need to go from there. I don't know. I'm a fan of it, but I do things differently. So do what makes you comfortable. Let's see here. Ben said, not again. Look, my the purpose said, I am so excited. You keep the plot twist coming. I wish I had that talent. It's not it's a curse, honestly. Because honestly, this is what happens. Y'all. I sit down and I'm like, okay, I know what the story is gonna be, and I'm like, yeah, this is what's gonna be. And then I spend like a week making an outline, right? I make it, I write it, I sit on it, I go back, I tweak it. I'm like, this is gonna be subplot A, this is gonna be subplot B, and we gonna be all right? This is what's gonna be. And then I write the first chapter, and we're all good. Then I write the second chapter, I'd be like, okay, this is a little different, but it's still following the outline. And then we get to chapter 3, and I'm like, bro, what was the purpose of even creating this outline? And then I'm like, okay, we just need to keep the main stuff the main thing, right? And so then I pare down the outline, and I'm like, okay, we're like this, and this have to happen, right? In this order. And then I start writing it, and I was just like, and then my brain is like, oh, what would be fun? It's never fun. It's never fun for me. And then we get major plot twists, and it's just like, ew. Okay. And right now, this plot twist that just popped in my head from this scene, y'all, it's going to change the entire third book. It's going to completely change it. And I'm just like, I don't need that in my life. I don't need that kind of stress in my life. Because the last plot twist, I had to sit on it for 6 months before I had written it and I could show it to Ben. And now he knows. And now it's just kind of like, we both know. But also, I had to sit on it by myself for 6 months. And I'm just like, what am I going to do with this? Now I'm going to feel pressured to write the third book because I need somebody to read it. And I'm just kind of like, I had a whole other book in mind. And then, you know what? My brain doesn't want me to rest, y'all. My brain does not want me to know peace. And I'm grateful for that because it's interesting, but also like, yeah, that's where we're at. The stress in some of these plot twists be killing me. Plot twists are so fun though. Don't hate. Ooh, please keep that energy when you read the book. Let's see here. I enjoy the plot twist, but waiting for the next chapter after the plot twist can be heavy. Yeah. That is the thing about being a beta reader, or not a beta reader, a critique partner or a primary feedback provider. It's just like you there is that wait in between. So yeah. But also, I had a thought and it left me in the middle of having the thought. I can't remember. But while we have a couple minutes left before we jump into our next sprint, how are you guys feeling about these sprints? I know I asked that in the beginning, but if I do another sprint tomorrow, are y'all going to join me? Because I really do like the accountability. I think this is what body doubling. I know people do it on TikTok all the time where they just have their phone set up, but I don't like streaming on TikTok and Instagram. It stresses me out, like high level. So I prefer YouTube. YouTube is my place. YouTube is my streaming home. So I may do this again tomorrow. I know for sure that I'm planning to stream a lot next week. Yeah. I'll probably stream at least 3 days next week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Do y'all like 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time? Does that work for y'all? I feel like it works for me because if I started at 1 o'clock, we would have just gotten through our first sprint. And I'm like, it's now 1:30 or almost 1:30 where I'm at. And I'm like, I'm more than halfway to my writing goal. Like, so I think I'm gonna keep the time, but yeah, let me know how you guys feel. If the plot twist makes sense, I'm always for them. Yeah. I mean, you know me, Ash. It's going to make sense. It fits in the sense of the world, but like, yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Relive Listen said, yes, I love the sprints because I need motivation in the form of seeing folks I admire put in the work, and then I feel like I gotta put some work in. Not you saying you admire me. Ah! What? The Purvis said, I would absolutely join, especially since I have to dip out now to go to a meeting. Gross. So hopefully you do. If you do, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day, friend. I hope your meeting goes well and that it's only beneficial information and not something that could have been an email. I hope it's great and short and helpful. So yeah, have a great rest of your day. Hopefully we will see you. I'll let you know if I'm streaming tomorrow. I'll tweet about it, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Let's see here. A person, it's okay. It's a privilege to read the chapters before anyone else and have my input affect the story. Yeah, it does. That's also one of the things that I really appreciate about having a primary feedback provider, because like it's so nice to have someone who like reads your book like immediately. Like you get it and they read it immediately, like right then and there. So it's like that immediate level of feedback and being able to figure out what it is that you want to do next and if it makes sense, right? Because the thing is, and I don't know if I've ever really talked about this, like Ben reads the chapters, but I don't talk to him about stuff that's coming up later. Like I talk to him about his theories and stuff and what he wants and stuff from the book, but it's never like, oh, this is what I was thinking about implementing next. Like he always reads it brand new, like he's never read it before. So I think that's also something that I feel like as an author, sometimes I really do want like that, oh, I'm thinking about doing X, Y, and Z. What do you think if I did X, Y, and Z? But I'm also like, you can only read something for the first time. And so I try to keep that as pure as possible so that the reaction is genuine and I can kind of gauge whether or not, okay, this chapter is actually doing what I needed to do versus, you know, this person is reading this chapter with, you know, excess information in mind. Because like I read the chapters with excess information in mind. That's not what I need. That's not what I need to be successful. So yeah, the people that I generally talk to about stuff like, oh, I was thinking about doing X, Y, and Z, they're few and far between. And even then, I usually don't go to them for like, what do you think about this chapter type feedback. It's more so, what do you think about this concept type stuff? Only because it's just like, they know what my thought process is. They know what I'm trying to accomplish. So it's kind of hard to know if you accomplish what you set out to do when somebody already knows what it is that you're trying to do, you know? So yeah. Real said, yes, you're amazing. Oh, thank you. My little ego appreciates it. It really does. Thank you. So, also going to throw this out there in case anybody wasn't aware, if you're watching this, but We Are Dying Gods is up for pre-order. It is going to be released on August 29th. I'm also going to be doing a fun little Melanin chat here with Audra on the 29th. So if you're not subscribed to the channel, this would be a good time to do it and turn on the notifications. But yeah, it is 1:30 my time, 30 minutes after the hour. So we are going to go ahead and hop into this next sprint. So as always, 30 minutes on the clock. Chill hop in the background. When you hear me talking to you again, time is up. So come back and let everybody know how you did. But yeah, happy sprinting, everyone. right, you guys, that is it for that sprint. So, y'all already know. Drop in the comments. Let me know what you did, how you did, what you have accomplished. I'm up to 2,841 words of my 3,232 word goal. So, next sprint is definitely going to be the last mandatory one. Like I said, I'm kind of deep into this, so I may keep going. I don't know if I'll still be on stream, but I ooh, yeah, I need to figure this out. I need to work through this. So we're definitely going to be doing that today, no matter what. There are also a couple other things that I probably should do that I don't know if I'm going to do today. I might just save it for tomorrow, but we will see. Yeah, but it's all, yeesh, my mind is all over the place. Like, I read Delicious Monsters by Lizelle Samberry. Like, I literally finished it. Today is Thursday. I finished it Tuesday night, and it's amazing. It's out now, so if y'all have not read Delicious Monsters, this one. It is a psychological thriller. It is so freaking good. I will probably be picking up like a hardback copy because this was an ARC that was sent to me by the publisher, but I want to get a hardback copy because I just want another one, and I tabbed it up. I don't know if I can see that, but yeah, I tabbed it up. And y'all, it's so good, and it's been like in my mind or whatever, and not in the sense of like, oh, I want to like copy it or whatever, but there are like elements of it that Lizelle did really well that I'm going to be talking about in my next video, and it just like it kind of inspired me, and I think because it's been in the back of my mind, it's been like also shaping some of the things that are happening, and that's probably why there are more plot twists in this part of the book than what I was expecting, especially the one that I'm pretty sure is gonna like I'm gonna keep. I'm pretty sure that this is the direction that we're gonna go in, and that's kind of nerve-wracking, but also kind of exciting because I like finding new ways that the story is gonna go in. But I am completely ranting. Point is, I read her book, and it's a psychological thriller, and there are aspects of it that I thought were done really well, and yeah, I feel like it's influencing some of the ideas that I have for my own stuff, but like in a positive way. So would definitely recommend that you pick it up. But I got 739 words that time. I had to take a slight break to jeez, there we go. Had to take a slight break, but we are getting there. I am all over the place. I've already written this down. Jesus. Okay, I'm lost. I'm overwhelmed. This chapter, y'all. Woo, this chapter. But yes, let's see here. Author Kay McCoy said, got a nice 340 words. Love that. Relif said, that's awesome. Laying the groundwork for these last few chapters is so dang exciting. Love that for you. It's always nice when another story inspires you to up your game. It really is. I don't know. I don't think I'm not the only person who does this, but one of the things that I enjoy about reading, and one of the things that also makes it really hard for me, is it's the fact that I do absorb so much from the content that I take in, which is why I don't say hard on a lot of other books, but I am not the person who's like really into mainstream books most of the time. Mostly because when a book is hyped, it gives me expectations that it's going to be good. And then a lot of times when I have gotten into it over the past couple of years, it's always been like, this book is nowhere near as good as people are hyping it up to be. And it comes from the aspect of like, on the surface, it's fine, but it's not. It kind of goes back to that conversation about American TV, right? Like, I know a lot of people love TV or whatever, but it also is one of those things where it's just like when you really look at it and when you really look at the storytelling and you start to break it down, it's not as amazing as people hype it up to be. And I feel that way about books a lot of the times. Like, people will hype something up, but it won't be as good as what it could be. And I feel like with, for me, because I absorb so much, I don't want to absorb subpar storytelling. I don't want to absorb subpar writing. I don't, if I can sit there and I could be like, "Oh, this is like this because plot, because, the artist hasn't taken the time to, erase the lines from their sketch before they put out the final work." It's just like, that's not the kind of art that I want to put out. I don't know if that analogy made any sense, but hopefully it did. But it's just one of those things where it's just like, I want to be able to look at something in its totality and be like, this is amazing. And then I have to put an effort to break down why this is amazing, if that makes sense. Because I feel like, I was talking to Audra on our last rants and rambles, and she said something to me that has stuck with me. And she was just like, when you're really good at something, she's like, when you're good at something, you make it look effortless to other people. And that is what I'm looking for in books and stuff. I want something that feels effortless so that when I go back and look at it, it's just like, oh, this is why. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's kind of where I'm at. Ooh, sorry for coughing in your ear. Ooh, okay. But yeah, so I think Lizelle Samberry, at least with Delicious Monsters, because I have not read Blood Like Magic or Blood Like Fate, but Delicious Monsters was exceptional. Like, exceptional. I loved everything about it, and I think it's good. I think it's definitely worth looking into. But in picking up, especially if you like young adult, especially if you like paranormal, psychological thrillers, haunted houses, anything like that, definitely worth picking up. But it's definitely inspired me in positive ways. So, that being said, it's been definitely influencing my writing, and I'm just kind of like, I like where this is going. I feel like hopefully, and hopefully I'm not jinxing myself, but I feel like book 2 is going to be better than book 1, and hopefully other people feel that way as well. But yeah, it's going places, and I'm just kind of like, hopefully it hits as hard as I want it to. But yeah. Um, let's see here. Ben said a lot of people haven't experienced how great storytelling can be, so they think any and everything available is good. That's true, and I feel like there's also this idea that if it's black, we have to say it's amazing. Kind of like Issa Rae's I'm rooting for everybody black. And the thing is, I do. I want every black author to get their coins, but I'm also not the person that's going to sit there and tell you that a book is good just because it was written by a black author. Like, as a black person, I can tell you that I also require talent and skill in my books. And it's like, it's cool if you don't have that and you made it through the gatekeepers. That's cool, baby doll. Get your coins, run your game, do whatever it is you need to do. But I'm also not going to tell you guys on my channel out of my mouth, you should go get a book that I personally don't think is good. So that's just not who I want to be. I'm not going to be a liar like that on the internet. And it's just like one of those things where, yeah, I'm happy for you, but also I'm not going to back something that I don't believe in. Let me say that. But yeah, Relove Listen said that last sprint I was able to focus on the arrival back to Earth. I'm seeing if I need to let go of some beings because I have too many magical folks. May need to have some be secondary characters. I think that's also interesting. Can I give y'all an unpopular opinion? I feel like, ooh, can I say this on the internet? I don't know. I'm gonna say it anyway, and it's gonna be what it is. And if someone wants to watch 4 hours of content to hear me say this, then they can. But I think, naturally speaking, just having talked to people, I feel like black people have more characters in their stories naturally who take precedence because in our day-to-day lives, we tend to talk to a lot more people who hold significance to us, and we assign significance to more people in general. Just like with how we interact with people on the internet, with how we interact with our families, is generally speaking, and I'm a bit overgeneralizing, right? There are a lot of people in our circles and our spheres that we assign importance to, and community is really important to us, and I think that translates to our writing because we generally have more characters in our stories, whereas a lot of mainstream tend to focus on one or two characters. That's it. If you have a wide cast of characters, it's usually like maybe what, three people, sometimes four. But when you, and I'm not talking about romance, right? Because romance generally does focus on two people. But being just overgeneralizing to a sense, when it comes to like fantasy and stories outside of that, there tend to be more characters of significance in stories written by people of color than though in those written by people who aren't. And I just find that interesting. So I say that to say that I don't necessarily think that you need to cut characters unless you really feel like that's the answer to the problem. More so, it could be that, your storytelling is just taking a different shape than what's mainstream. And you kind of have to figure that out for yourself about which direction it is, but I personally like stories with multiple characters because it makes the world and the community and the place that it's in feel more real. Because sometimes, and especially in fantasy stories growing up, like, I know we don't talk about Bruno, right? But, Harry Potter was really significant for me growing up. And it's just kind of like when you read it, it was very easy to forget that they were in a school with other people. Like the book never really talks about Hufflepuffs. The book never really talks about Ravenclaws unless you're talking about Cho Chang. And even in the Gryffindor, within the Gryffindors, it was always Harry, Ron, and Hermione. It was always them. Sometimes you got Ron's siblings, right? But you never saw Hermione having friends outside of the boys. And you really never saw Harry having friends outside of like Ron and Hermione. And there were other side characters, but they weren't part of the quote unquote community like that. Not until the later books, and it was like necessary, But that's just me. That's just something that I've noticed. But there are also books like, T.J. Young and the Orishas, where it's just like everybody in the book is relevant. And I just think it's very telling, sometimes of the backgrounds of the authors. But that's just like a personal observation. But I don't think it's bad or wrong, left or right. It's just something that I've noticed because, Where the Origin also has a wide cast of characters, and everybody introduced is important. Like nobody is just like, oh, I'm just throwing this person in just to like have them exist in the world. Like, no, everybody's important. So that's my little spiel. Let me know what you guys think about it. But yeah. Let's see here. Agreed, especially the astronomical rise of books hyped up by Book Talk. Look, that's a whole conversation in and of itself that we can have, but I don't think we have time. Let's see here. I'm excited. I'm currently 56% done with We Are the Origin and loving it. Noble is something else. He is, and he gets added to in book 2. So he's one of my favorites. People who don't read because they say they don't like books are usually wrong. They usually just haven't read a good story for them. Also facts. That's so true. I want to make an ensemble cast because I like that, but I think I may give some of them their own chapters. Yeah, you should. And I also think the idea that you have to have like a perfect balance for the characters is also something that I don't necessarily agree with all the time. Like, I think it's fine if your characters are relevant and they're in the story, but it's just like if you have Albert, Jeff, and Bo, right? I don't know where those names came from, but let's roll with it, right? If you have Albert, Jeff, and Bo, right? And they're always together and you're alternating between like Albert and let's say his love interest, Susie. Again, don't know where these names are coming from, right? But you have a moment where Albert and Susie are together, but you know, Jeff and Bo are off doing something. I think it's cool to have a chapter where it's from Jeff or Bo's perspective, especially if what they're doing is relevant. I think there's also this constraint where it's just like, oh, you can only flip flop and you have to have equal amounts of chapters in this person's perspective and that person's perspective. And I think there are more rules to writing. Knowing them is important, but also knowing when you can break them is also really important. And also knowing who made the rule in the first place and who is enforcing it is also really important. But I'm going to leave that at that. It's 2:15, so we are going to go ahead and jump into what could possibly be our last sprint. I'm not sure. I'm going to keep writing for definite until I finish the scene, but I don't know if it'll be on stream or not. So I'll add another poll to the chat so you guys can vote on how you're feeling. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump into the sprint. It's going to be 30 minutes on the clock. Chill hot playing in the background. When you hear me talking to you again, it is time to come back and check in with the class. So happy sprinting, everyone. I hope you are productive. And yeah, let's get into this. right, you guys, that is it. So, whew, buddy, let me know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. So yeah, um, I am up to 3,696 words. So we have made the goal. We have made the goal, and I'm happy about that. Two. So we have accomplished what we have set out to do today. I'm excited. It's like a weight off my shoulders because like I know that I'm gonna have more words to write tomorrow because I'm really supposed to be writing 5 days a week. But I also love knowing that I got my goal, and I know that the more I write today, the less I'm gonna have to write tomorrow. So yeah. Yep, reached my goal. So I'm excited. I got distracted for just a second. I think I told you guys this, but I try to keep track of what I'm writing over off to the side, and all of my numbers got off for a second, so I had to fix it. Let's see here. Also, Kai with an E came in. Hello, welcome. Glad you could make it. I hope you're doing well. Congratulations on all that you have done so far. I see that you're always live, and I admire your dedication to your dreams. I just wanted to reach out and send positive energy your way. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really do. Because it's nice to know that, you know, people see you and appreciate what you're doing. So thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Let's see here. Congrats on reaching your goal. I'm glad to get some writing in. Awesome. Author K said, I'm over here ugly crying after getting 289 words. That will definitely be my epilogue to my novel. Love it. I'm glad that you got your epilogue written and that you're making progress. Ash said that she started crocheting for this one. Cool. I want to know what you be crocheting, man. Like, I want to see it. I'm curious. It's been great writing with y'all, but this will be my last sprint. Got to get back to work. That's fair. I think I don't know. I don't know if this will be last sprint for me or not. I still feel like I want to get some more stuff done, but I also recognize that I should probably take a break and get something to eat. But also the way my brain is set up right now, I kind of want to keep going, finish this scene, and then take a break to eat. And then that way I could just come back and do what I need to do to like run through chapter 14 and chapter 15. Because right now I was worried, y'all. Look at me. I was worried that I wasn't going to have enough in this scene because normally my chapters are broken up into 2 separate scenes. And the scenes themselves are usually like 2,000 to 3,000 words. So together they make up like 4,000, somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 words, right? And I was just like, this scene is kind of long. I don't know if it's going to make a whole chapter. It might be somewhere around 3,000 words. You know, I have to finagle that a little bit later. Tell me why I'm sitting at 4,400 words right now for this scene. It is plenty long enough, and it's going to get longer. So I ain't got nothing to worry about. So yeah. Celeste said, oh, I crocheted a dragon-like thing the other day inspired by my own story. Ooh. See, this is what we're talking about. This is what I'm talking about. She got so many freaking talents, y'all. Like, here she comes, just drop it in. Like, oh yeah, by the way, I just crocheted a dragon. Like, who does that? Like, I want to see it, but also, who does that? And also, do you think you could crochet me something from my story? Because I would love that. I would. I would like a little mini tiki to sit on my desk. So, if anybody's offering to crochet me a little mini shader, I would appreciate it. Ooh, gotta love hats. Me and Ben were talking about that before we got on stream, actually. I want a chopper hat from One Piece, but we will see. My hair is growing out, so I'm like, I would really need it to be silk lined on the inside. I feel like that's like, I don't know. I feel like that's the blackest thing to say. Like, I want this hat, but I needed to have a silk lining. But yeah. But yeah. Also looking at the poll, it looks like most of y'all said that y'all do want to sprint again. So my brain stopped. So we are gonna do another one, at least one more. At least one more. So my goal for right now, I think I'm gonna aim for like 4,000 words. It would be really dope if I could get more than that, because I don't think it's been a while since I've hit 5,000 words. And the last time I did it was because I started in the negative. So my goal for right now, I think, is I want to hit 4,000 words for this scene, like in and of itself. And then that way it'll be like a nice solid like 5,000 words within the book. So it'll be long enough without feeling like, oh crap. And then also I get to cover everything, because y'all, let me tell you, the crazy thing about world building, especially for me, I'm trying to learn from my mistakes for my next series, but for this one, like, so much of the world building in coming full circle, it's just kind of like, oh, like, I realized I set myself up to win, but I didn't realize that I did it while I was doing it. I was just kind of like, we're just going to leave this, like, we're going to explain this, but we're going to leave it open. And it's just kind of like, the deeper I get into the book, the more the world building comes into play. And it's just like, yo, this is wild. This is crazy, but also kudos to me, because like I did this, like this came out of my brain. What? Who am I? Right? But also it's really fun to kind of explore and explain and touch on, and it's wild. It's wild. So yeah. No, I have satin liners for my hats and thinking I should put some in the hoods. You definitely should. Protect those curls, man. Protect those curls. But yeah, if I could sew, I feel like my creativity is really limited to like computer stuff. Like I am not like a arts and crafts, can do stuff with my hands kind of creative, and it's frustrating, but it is what it is. It is what it is. We all got our talents. We all got our talents in life, and I can't draw. I cannot sew. I cannot crochet. And I know part of that is just like, I didn't put time into it, because the way I tried knitting and crocheting at different times. And I never could tell if those were actually the same thing or not, because I'm like, the hooks are like the same, right? What? How does this work? But I think I tried crocheting. I didn't try knitting, because knitting has like the giant needles that are straight, but crocheting has the hook. So yeah, I tried crocheting, and I was just like, the way the patience and the commitment to the thing has to be set up, I'm not built for it. I'm not. My instant gratification and the way that I get tired, because I'm like, I just want to sit here and not do anything, right? I'm not built for it. I'm not built for it. So I respect people who can crochet, especially people who can crochet while not looking and doing other things at the same time. Like, I cannot multitask to save a life. It's not happening. The thing that I'm doing is the thing. It is the activity. I don't care how mindless it is. That's why audiobooks don't necessarily work for me, because I'm like, if I'm listening to an audiobook, I have to listen to the audiobook. That is the activity. I can't like listen to an audiobook and do something else. And then audiobooks, if I'm listening to it, I'm just sitting there, I'm going to sleep. So that's my personal struggle. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, knitting really makes you pay for mistakes. Yeah, nah, she's not built for it. I'm not. I used to cross stitch and crochet, but I get distracted. Maybe I'll try it after I finish my series. Good luck. Good luck. Let's see here. So I said, I've been working hard at world building for my next project. It's so hard for me to not just make everything on the fly and not document what's going on. Honestly, I probably should document things, but I don't. It just kind of lives in my brain. And right now, my excuse is that if it doesn't live in my brain, then it doesn't make sense. Like, if I can't be like, oh, this is why this happens, and I can't explain it naturally, then I'm like, the world building doesn't make sense. I shouldn't, in my mind, I'm like, if I have to write it down and explain it to my future self, that means it doesn't make sense. That's my excuse for right now, because I am not trying to go back and reread the entirety of We Are the Origin and like write down every rule for the world that I came up with. I just know that when I'm writing certain things, that I'll have to go back and double check to make sure that it doesn't clash with the world. But also, that's why I love Ben, because he's really into world building. And so he'll catch stuff like that and be like, you know, you said this earlier, right? So what about this? And I'm like, oh, you right. Let me fix that. Let me grab that. Oh, but yeah. So, that being said, it is like right at coming up on 3:00. So we'll start our last sprint at the top of the hour, because this is definitely going to be last sprint, mostly because I have to eat, and there are other things that I want to be able to do. And also, Ben gets off work, and I just want to be off work when he gets off work. So last sprint coming up, top of the hour. So this is also your reminder to go ahead and stretch, breathe, drink your water, get your snacks, do whatever it is that you need to do so that you can be the most productive that you can be in this last sprint coming up. And also, I'm not going to commit to sprinting tomorrow, but I am definitely seriously considering it. I'm like 60% sure that I'm going to sprint tomorrow. So you guys can definitely keep an eye out for that. And if you haven't already and you would like to, I do have the link to pre-order We Are Dying Gods down in the description box below, as well as where you can like pre-order it from other places. It should be available for pre-order on Amazon and Barnes & Noble and such. And I will be doing a cover reveal pretty soon. So hopefully you guys will see the cover for We Are Dying Gods pretty soon. I'm looking forward to it. So yeah. That being said, I think that's it. Also, I'm going to say this because I think you guys are still here. Celeste, Ash, I emailed you guys about beta reading for me for book 2, and y'all didn't email me back. So I also would really appreciate it if y'all could check that. Yeah. I mean, it's cool if you're going to say no. I just kind of need to know. Yeah. That's that. But yeah, what did you say? Whenever I see you in the chat, all like, I'm gonna be here tomorrow, I ain't see you for another week. You know what? Sometimes it be like that, man. Sometimes it be like that. Okay? But I sprinted yesterday, and I sprinted today, and I'm hoping to sprint tomorrow, because my goal is to sprint 3 times a week. And I couldn't on Tuesday because I was out living my life. So, because getting in touch with y'all be hard sometimes. I be weird about wanting to like asking y'all in Discord, like, hey, did you get my email? Like, do y'all know how cringe it is to send somebody an email and then they not respond, and then you message them and be like, hey, did you get my email? It's so awkward. This makes me feel less awkward. I don't know why, but it does, because I can tell y'all at both the same time, so y'all know it wasn't just you. Okay. But it's top of the hour, so let's go ahead and get into this last sprint. So happy writing, everyone. I hope that you are the most productive that you have ever been. Y'all know how this works. I'm gonna throw on the chill hop, 30 minutes on the clock, and when you hear me talking to you again, it is time up. So let's get into it. right, you guys, that is it. That is everything. We are done. So, I did not meet my goal of 4,000 words, but that's okay. I ended up, I think I mentioned this. Um, everything comes full circle at some point in the story, and for me, I needed to go back and double check to make sure that I was adding in this chapter lined up with what I had already touched on in previous chapters. So I was just making sure that everything was good and kosher. So yeah, so far so good. Honestly, I'm a little pleased with myself because I'm like, oh, this all lines up. Nothing so far is like, oh, I'm gonna have to go back and tweak that in order to make this make sense. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm content. I still have to finish out the last of chapter 15 only because, like I said, I had to go back and double check, and that's kind of what I've been doing for the last, I don't know, 8-10 minutes, something like that. So going to go back and finish this up. Then yeah, that's it. I will hopefully be back tomorrow. If I am, you guys will see it on the channel. So just like make sure you're subscribed and have notifications on because I will set it up tomorrow when I'm ready to go live tomorrow. And if I don't, then I would definitely be back on Tuesday. Because like I said, my goal is to stream at least 3 days. 3 days during the week. So right now, goal is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Only because I'm not really productive on Mondays, and that's when I watch Morgan stream. And then Fridays, I like to leave open for myself, just for other things that I have to do. So like, I know that there are things that I've been putting off because I just been doing other stuff, mostly focusing on writing. But expect a couple new videos to the channel, and if you are not subscribed to the podcast, you should definitely be because I am going to be dropping new episodes. I did drop one with Audra yesterday, and it was great. It was amazing. It was so fun. So I would really appreciate it if you guys would go like listen to it and check it out. If you're into podcasts, if not, I totally get it. I understand, but it was a really great conversation. I also did a rants and rambles with her, so her channel is linked on my page, so you can just go click on it and go listen to the episode. We had a good time, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Like I said, all the links for We Are the Origin and We Are Dying Gods are going to be down in the bottom. I will be doing a cover reveal, or not a cover reveal, but I will be showing you guys the cover, hopefully on one of the sprints sometime soon, so I'm excited for that as well. But yeah, that's it. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, for writing with me, for being productive. I appreciate you guys so much. Y'all are really my people. So yeah, that's it. Until next time, you guys. I hope your days are lovely and your books are interesting. Bye, you guys.